The final day of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games is upon us. We're inside the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez. Just one event on the final day. The fields, the divisions have all been cut in half as these athletes fight for the top spots on the podium. What is on tap for this final event? It's going to be fast with an 8-minute cap. I don't think many athletes are going to need it. It is a couplet starting with some single dumbbell thrusters and bar muscle ups. For this age group, we're starting with the women 65 plus. They are looking at a 35-pound dumbbell, and the rep scheme is 4, 6, 8. Tommy, we have some tight races at the top. Patty McGill putting on an impressive weekend. She's already had 4 event wins just this weekend.
Yeah, she's been able to build about a 30-point lead over Denise Moore in second. Julie Holt has a comfortable third-place position over Sue Lawson. Those are the 2 races you typically keep your eye on. And the way we're going to finish here is a classic CrossFit couplet. We're going to have a thruster, a thruster variation, a thruster, a quintessential CrossFit movement. I would say it is the CrossFit movement, the one that kind of distinguishes us from the other weightlifting disciplines. And then an upper body pulling motion, shades of Fran, shades of multiple other finales from the CrossFit Games, but this time it's bar muscle-ups and single arm dumbbells. Going to finish fast and exciting here for these athletes who have really put on a show all weekend long.
And with that single arm dumbbell thruster, they can choose how to break it up if they want to alternate arms, if they want to do more rep schemes on one arm versus another. So I'm sure we'll see a variety of strategies here. What would the keys to success be?
Well, I think it comes down to the bar muscle-up management. I mean, it's as simple as that. Most of these athletes should be able to move the dumbbell relatively smoothly, even despite the fact that we have done so much leg work across these 3 days of competition so far. There's only one event today, so they should be able to push the pace on the dumbbell, but it really comes down to grip management, upper body pulling management with that bar muscle up.
With a condensed field, points are at a premium. In the center of your screen, we will have Patty McGill. She is going to be your leader. In the middle, neon shirt, short hair, and brown shoes as these ladies get underway before the final event on their 2024 CrossFit Games. 4 thrusters, so the rep schemes will go up each round.
And there's Patty McGill, your overall leader. She has been the class of this division all weekend long. I mean, she turned heads just a couple of days ago when she finished the Echo Bike interval workout in the very first round. No other athlete, male or female, was able to do that. And quickly, word got round about her performance.
These ladies chipping away at their chest bar.
So for the 65 plus women, their pulling variation will be chest to bar pull-ups. So earlier this competition, they did regular pull-ups instead of chest to bar during the Echo Bike interval. So this is going to be their complex upper body gymnastics movement, kind of highlighting the breadth of skills that these athletes have to do and how we adjust and scale accordingly based on the age division this weekend.
They're now on their set of 6, second of 3 rounds here. Patty McGill was the first back to those thrusters. And she is heading back to her second set of chest to bar, a set of 6 here.
And that's Denise Moore, your second place athlete overall. She's 30 points back of Patty McGill, and she has a decent cushion over over third. As you see her working back. The podium spots today are relatively comfortable, but there's still just enough points on the board where if one athlete really blows up here, then we could see some shifting.
And Patty McGill, she is done with 2 of the 3 rounds. She will now advance to her final set of dumbbell thrusters. 8 reps here, then 8 bar muscle ups. We are just 2:15 into this 8-minute time cap for the final event on the day of this age group.
Sorry.
In lane 14, Christine Long all the way to the right in the white shirt. But there again, your leader of the weekend, your leader of this heat, Patty McGill, putting on a show. Judge's hand is already in the air as she finishes up this set of 8.
And just to her left, Anna Flynn, they've basically been the 2 leaders in this heat the entire way, going rep for rep on this final set of dumbbell thrusters.
Looks like she's having maybe some miscommunication with her judge there, but she will advance to her final movement, her final set of 8 chest to bar.
I think she was just clarifying how many she had left there.
And you'll notice she's taking a long break, but all she has to do is stay ahead of her competitors. So this could be a strategy to not push any further than she needs to go. Next to her in lane 8, that is Deanna Flynn, also in the neon shirt. But
so
now
in lane 7, so the rule is only chest to bar pull-ups, but lane 7, I think David Jensen wanted to show off a little bit of skill there. She's doing bar muscle-ups in lieu of chest to bar pull-ups just to give the crowd a show a little bit here. So,
and good for her at this stage of the competition, especially as you just have one event left. You can go all out, and if you have the movement, this is really what the Masters division is all about.
I mean, technically she's getting her chest to the bar on this, so.
And she's done. David Jensen will be your event 10 winner. And what a cool thing to see on the final day of competition. Coming into this event, she was in 7th, so not in contention for the podium, but still a fun way to end her 2024 CrossFit Games.
No doubt. She had the skill in the bag. Final few reps, she's like, you know what? Let it all out here and, showcase that if need be, I could do these bar muscle-ups.
We have just over 3 minutes before the cap. McGill and Flynn. Flynn jumps up, but then jump back down, and there's McGill getting back to work. But I don't think she was able to make contact with the bar. Flynn look to the left in the neon with a good rep. And another no rep for Patty McGill.
So I just got word we had an adjustment to this event for the 65+ women. So they did the first 2 rounds. They did chest to bar pull-ups. In the last round, they're switching to 4 bar muscle-ups. So they are actually getting to showcase some of the skill. That's why David Jensen was making that adjustment there.
And in lane 14, we have Christine Long was able to get one of her 4 bar muscle ups, and yes, with the crowd getting behind her, she's got 2 out of 2 to go.
And it should be noted that with the potential for some athletes really getting stuck on the bar here, the tiebreaker for this event across all divisions is the last single arm dumbbell thruster that you were performed. So if you're unable to get any of the bar muscle ups in the last round, the last single arm thruster is your tiebreaker.
And we have just about 1 minute and 15 seconds left before the time cap.
There's most of the athletes here now just trying to get a bar muscle up or 2 if they can. And I'll be honest, just a few years ago, the concept of 65+ women doing bar muscle ups was probably unheard of to the general population, but I think it's a testament to the hard work that these ladies have put in to advancing the sport, advancing the skill level of these athletes, that we have not one, two women going to finish here with these bar muscle-ups.
Christine Long, she's got 3 of her 4 bar muscle-ups. And Patty McGill trying to give everything she has, knowing that she's just got about 20 seconds left till the cap. At this point, they're just trying to get in any last one, and there is Long, able to get them all done, and will be our second athlete. There she goes on the finish mat.
She was so stoked she got that, she forgot to get to the finish mat.
And 5 seconds left to get it done. And Dava Jensen will be your winner of event 10, getting through all of her 4 bar muscle-ups. And Christine Long, just before the time cap, able to get in all of her bar muscle-ups. Oh, you love to see them out there hugging and embracing the end to their final day of competition.
The camaraderie amongst these age group divisions is nothing short of spectacular. You know, a lot of them have careers, they have families, they have, I mean, in these age divisions, they've got grandkids, they have a full life outside of just the competition floor. So really these weekends become a celebration of the time that they all have put in, and they're just excited for the opportunity to have their own stage here this season and show out to the world.
And even though Patty McGill wasn't able to finish that event, she still should have done enough to be your 2024 Women's 65+ champion. 8 career event wins, 4 on this weekend, putting an impressive show from Patty and all these women in the 65+ age group.
Yeah, and Patty McGill, you know, looking like she's going to complete the quadfecta here. So winning open, quarterfinals, semifinals, and the games here. She just a tremendous performance all weekend long, and hats off to all the ladies here that competed in the 65+.
And that will do it for our women's 65+ division. We will reset and then welcome your women one heat of the 60 to 64. Welcome back, everybody, as we welcome to the floor your women's 60 to 64 division, the final event before we continue to crown champions. What we have on tap for the 60 to 64 age group, rep scheme is going to be 4, 6, 8 of your thrusters. Just a single dumbbell thruster, 35, and then 4, 6, 4 of chest to bar, but then that final set of 4 is going to be bar muscle up. So putting a premium on the high skill for athletes in this age group who can do bar muscle ups.
Yeah, so we've had some adjustments to this event to allow some of these older age divisions to showcase their skill with the buy-in of some chest to bar pull-ups. So we've have some minor adjustments across each one of these divisions, kind of showcasing the way that we adjust the stimulus and the volume for these age groups across the weekend. And you saw the overall standings just a moment ago. Your leader, Lori Mashiznik, in first place. She has a 33-point lead over second place, Betsy Vandenberg. Teresina Orsado has a 21-point lead over Marianne Valkenberg for the third and final podium spot. So there is just enough on the table for some of these athletes to be able to maybe make a push and shift those 3 spots.
This is Lori Michiznik's 11th games, 3 event wins this weekend, but 13 career wins throughout those 11 years. The race between Michiznik and Vanderburg. Vanderburg finished 2nd at the games last year, and Michiznik 3rd. So these 2 have been competitors going back-to-back for at least the last 2 years, and they're looking to continue a show for this year.
And just a clarification on the rep scheme for these women, it's going to be 8, 12, and then 4 on the 8 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 12 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 4 bar muscle-ups for these women on the workout.
They're already into that 2nd round of 12 single-arm dumbbell thrusters. If you're just joining us, they can decide how to break up the thrusters in any way possible. If they want to do them all with one arm, if they want to alternate every rep or a couple. But in lane 10, your leader, Michiznik, first one back to the bar. But she has company in the lane next to her, Gina Viana, as they get to work in their set of 12 chest-to-bar.
Butterfly her way through there in lane number 12.
Again, once they get through the round of 12 chest-to-bars, they will get back and they will follow the similar rep scheme, 16 thrusters, but they will actually do 4 bar muscle-ups.
Michiznik, first one getting into her final round. Having no problem as we are just 2.5 minutes in of the 8-minute time cap.
And right across from Michiznik is Betsy Vanderburg. You can see center right of your screen. She's got the neon shorts and white tank top. She's working on their left-hand side. Michiznik and Vanderburg have been going back and forth all weekend long, 1-2 in most of these events, and they are 1-2 on the leaderboard right now. And really, you know, being able to win this weekend, Lori Michiznik, if she's able to hold on, this would be her 3rd CrossFit Games title.
And Michiznik and Vanderburg back to their bar. This is going to be their final rep scheme. And Vanderburg, no problem. She's to the left, and she's sinking them 2 of the 4 bar muscle-ups.
I'm not going to lie.
She's going to go unbroken here, Tommy.
I'm not going to lie. My bar muscle-ups don't look that
and
good.
She is done. 334. No problem. I think she was one of those athletes that maybe wanted all of those rounds to be bar muscle-ups, Tommy.
Yeah, she was just biding her time until she got that high skill component.
And Michiznik trying to fight through in the center of your screen, and she gets it. And next to her, Velkenberg, she's done with just 1 left.
And Marion Valkenburg came into this event in 4th place overall.
And she's done.
She was 21 points back of a podium, so Teresina Orsado was within striking distance. If she can have a top finish, which she did, there is just enough points on the board for her to potentially make that adjustment.
And Serafini, to the top left of your screen in the white shirt, she has just 1 bar muscle up to go. And looking to fight, and she is good. Serafini is in. Just about 3 minutes left till the time cap.
Across the way, lane number 7. Attack on the rig.
And in the neon to the left, that's going to be Andrea Owen. She has just one bar muscle up left.
And on the left screen, right-hand side, lane 7, Lynn Knappman able to get across. That's CrossFit's Iron Woman, the only woman to have competed in every single CrossFit Games Masters competition. That's 15 years total, 14 games appearances. And she finishes strong with some good-looking bar muscle-ups.
Owen also across. In lane 14, that's Lynn Watt, closest to your screen. In the center, your leader coming in, Lori Mishiznik going up for another bar muscle-up. She's got 2 left. She's gonna fight for it, Tommy. See if she can turn over. Oh, and wasn't able to get that other elbow over as we approach just 2 minutes left before the cap. And Watt, just one more to go. To the left in the white shirt, judge's hand is in the air. And Watt gonna fight for it. She's almost there, just gotta bring those feet back. She will fight through it and she will cross the line and finish. This gives you that affiliate feel, Tommy, of when athletes get their first bar muscle up or you're super fatigued at the end of a workout and it's just, you got to throw yourself up there and almost just pray.
Yeah, no doubt. And it really comes down to effort, because most of these women have a bar muscle up or have been able to do them in the past. But taking into consideration the volume of the weekend, all of the work that they put in thus far over the course of the past 3 days of competition, it almost kind of resets the game board a little bit. And now they're fighting just to get over the bar. And much like we do, as you mentioned in the affiliate, when we recognize the work that someone has put in to get that first bar muscle up, that energy you can pour into them is very, very similar.
Oh, she's almost there. They'll see if she can get it. The crowd is cheering behind her.
Oh.
30 seconds.
And we're approaching just about 40 seconds left. We'll see if she can go for just one more. Lori Mishiznik. And it won't be enough before the time cap. But Betsy Vanderberg finishing in 3 minutes and 34 seconds, was second coming into this. Also had 3 event wins. She now will earn her 4th event win on the weekend for an incredible performance in the 60 to 64 women's division.
Another event win from Betsy Vanderberg, really showcasing the high-level skill, and she made those bar muscle-ups look easy. And across the board, we saw these women just leaving it all out on the floor on those bar muscle-ups. And the point spread is going to be relatively close, but it looks like Lori Mishiznik is going to walk away with the win over the weekend. It would be her 3rd CrossFit Games title, her 6th CrossFit Games podium. I mean, you could make a case with 11 appearances. She's one of the top 5 Masters athletes of all time, men or women, based on her performances. She is, I'm sorry, that's 6 career podiums already, so that would be 7 for her. She's got 2 each, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So this would be the 7th, and that would put her in elite company.
Full standings will be on Competition Corner. We will now welcome your women's 55 to 59 when we return. Welcome back, everybody. We are now bringing on your women's 55 to 59 division, the final event of the day, event 10. It is a fast couplet. These women are going to take on a rep scheme of 6, 10, 14 of dumbbell thrusters with a 35-pound dumbbell. And then bar muscle ups will be the rep scheme on the gymnastics. Overall leader with 50 points ahead of the next best score is Joanne Cooper. She's had one event over the weekend, and she is going to be in lane 10, your center lane.
And look at the point spread between 3 and 4. Just 6 points separate Tia Vesser and Shanna Bunce. The race for the podium is definitely close, and either one of these women can seal in a third place finish with a strong performance here.
Keeping in mind, too, that all of these fields have been cut in half. There were cuts right before this final event. Points at a premium, and it's going to be a quick one.
And that's your leader, Joanne Cooper. She has built herself a significant lead over first, 51 points. It's really more of a victory lap here for her, given the point spread and what's up for grabs with this women's division. But we're going to get a good look at who has a chance to potentially win this event based on the proficiency on the bar right now. Most of these women moving through the bar muscle-ups incredibly smooth.
Cooper in the center of your screen hasn't broke yet. Those look textbook, Tommy. Just one to go. And Cooper will be your first, as well as Claudia Jacober, who's going to be closest to your screen, getting into their second set of thrusters. This is going to be a set of 12. Just a minute in, an 8-minute time cap on this final event of the day.
And one thing to note for the podium race, all the way on the right-hand screen of these two on your screen, all the way in the back right, Tia Vesser in lane 9. She is still on the bar, working through her bar muscle-ups. She's been grinding through singles here. The woman that's chasing her on the right screen now, center of that screen, Shanna Bunce is working through her second round of dumbbell thrusters. So right now the race between Bunce and Vesser is close enough to where if Bunce can hold this position right now, it could move her up into third overall.
Tommy mentioned just 6 points separates them. It will determine which of these two ladies ends up on the podium at the end of this workout.
Right now, your leaders on the floor. Joanne Cooper moving through her bar muscle-up, center of your screen, white tank top, yellow shorts, and all the way to the right, bottom right of the screen, Claudia Jacober just so smooth on those bar muscle-ups.
Both of their judges, hands in the air.
Nicely done. Claudia finished up there. She's going to boogie back out to her dumbbell and pick off her final.
And it will be Jacober, the first to her final set of 16 dumbbell thrusters.
Right next to her, lane 14, Beth Licapoli completes her round.
And she gets a no rep and is about to reset. Right next to her to the left, Beth Licapoli. Both of these women working on their final set of thrusters is now your overall leader, Cooper. makes her way to her final set in the center, neon shorts.
And all the way across and the farthest lane to the left, working on the dumbbell thrusters, that's Rose Wall. She was only 21 points back of a podium, and she was only 15 points back of Shanna Bunce. So she is in the conversation for a podium position too if she has a strong performance, because right now she's in the top 4 or 5 of this event, and she is ahead of both Bunce and Tia Vesser. Tia just getting to her dumbbell now for her second round, as you see her advance her dumbbell with the black shorts and white tank top all the way to the far right of your screen.
Jacober on the other side of our screen. She is looking flawless on her last set of bar muscle ups. But right now, these women were on their final set of thrusters before they head to the bar muscle ups. Jacober all the way closest to us, white tank top.
Just over halfway, ladies. We are 4 minutes and 30 seconds in.
So we're just past halfway here, and still plenty of time for these women to finish this last set of 12 bar muscle ups.
Jagger, no sign of slowing down.
Joy begins her final set.
Jacober takes another rest.
Stringing together doubles.
Cooper is also on her last set.
Well, Shanna Bruce.
This is going to be a set of 14 bar muscle ups that they are working through.
And to the air, late number 60, final round.
Jacober's judge hand in the air, but she gets a no rep.
Time on the clock, though, with the greatest screw base just past 5 minutes, less than 3 minutes remaining.
Just under 3 minutes before that 8-minute time cap. Jacober left screen, closest to the inside, white t-shirt, black shorts.
Sunday afternoon. We'll take a little pause for the cause, starting to catch up with her a little bit. She's been flawless up until this point.
She'll shake it out, has her support system behind, encouraging her, cheering her on.
Shanna Bruce is still working on.
And there she goes. I think she just needed a bigger kip because, Tommy, these now look no problem for her.
And that's kind of the danger, is you get a little bit more fatigued and you kip more. Remember, one of the rules for bar muscle ups in this sport is your feet can't pass the horizontal plane of the pull-up bar. So if your feet on the uprise for the kip go above the level of the pull-up bar, that is a no rep. That is something that Shanna Bunce has just been no rep for a few times. So the natural inclination is to really get that big kip, but you can navigate into no rep territory if your feet come too high.
90 seconds.
And Bunce has gotten several no reps for exactly that. Claudia Jacober crossing the finish line, finishing 6:03. She is your event winner. Is now we have a handful of hands in the air for this last set of bar muscle ups with just a minute and 10 seconds before that time cap.
Beth Licapoli just crossed the finish line. She actually shortened her kip a little bit. You could see her kind of tuck her feet down with almost with like bent knees, and was able to get that last few reps and get across the finish line.
Joyce Jacober, just 1 rep left before she finishes. 45 seconds to go.
Joanne Cooper only has 1 rep left.
And Cooper is good to take a 3rd place in event 10.
And that should lock up the title for Cooper.
20 seconds, 1 minute to go in 17. She caught a no rep.
We're nearing in just 15 seconds before the time cap.
And this is where the volume really starts to take effect, right? We have 30 total bar muscle ups for these women across the entirety of the event. I mean, 30 bar muscle ups alone is a stout test for anybody at any level.
And that is time. Your event winner, Claudia Jacober, followed by Beth Licapoli and Joanne Cooper to award Joanne Cooper the title of Fittest Woman in the 55 to 59 division. Something that we'll have to check Competition Corner for is where did Tia Vesser and Shanna Bunce finish, because they just had those 6-point spread to see who would end up in that third and final spot on the podium.
And same with Rose Wall. She was only 15 points back of Shanna Bunce, and she was ahead of Bunce early on in that event. So with how these women got into those last set of bar muscle-ups, the tiebreaker was the time when you finished your last dumbbell thruster. So we could see some shakeups, but credit to Joanne Cooper. Coming into this weekend, she had 5 CrossFit Games appearances. She had basically every finish across the board except a CrossFit Games title. She had a 3rd place finish way back in 2019. She had a 2nd place finish in the 50 to 54 division in 2021, and it's looking like she will cap off the podium trifecta here with a title here in 2024.
That will close it up for some of the women's Masters division. We will reset and see you back here at about 9:06 Central Time as we welcome on the men's 65+ division. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games inside Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. We are crowning 14 Games champions later today. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez. This has been an exciting first year at a new venue, new location, a new format for these athletes.
Yep, and we're going to finish with just an absolute burner here for some of these divisions. The classic CrossFit couplet, some weightlifting, some gymnastics. They're going to do a single arm dumbbell thruster and some bar muscle ups. Man, it's an 8-minute time cap, but we shouldn't need anywhere near that for some of the top scores. And if you want to win this event and you're good at gymnastics, you're going to really have to push the pace. And once you get to that last set of bar muscle ups, you better hold on tight, Spider Monkey.
This is our men's 65-plus division. Rep scheme for those thrusters will be 8, 12, 16, and their bar muscle-ups will be 4, 6, 8. But your overall standings, John George is in first, but right behind him, nipping at the heels, 3 points behind him, Freddie Cherry.
And that is only one placement on the leaderboard. So if they stay right on each other's hips for this event, then we're gonna have to go to a potential tiebreaker. And look at Hippensteel and Brannigan in third and fourth, only 15 points separated. That's 5 spots on the leaderboard, just enough for maybe Hippensteel to jump up into third if he has a good performance. One of his favorite movements is bar muscle ups, so something to keep an eye on for sure.
Loves that high skill gymnastics. George and Cherry have been going neck and neck last year as well. George finished 4th at the 2023 Masters CrossFit Games, and Cherry in 5th. Both of them have one event win on the weekend. Whoever stands on top of the podium, it's going to come down to this last and final event.
So with that tiebreaker in mind, it is a win-and-in scenario, right? Because even if they end up tied and Cherry wins, that second event win will give him the tiebreaker. So really for these two men, you know exactly what needs to be done for you to take home the title.
And that's George, your leader, in the center, white shirt, high black socks. They are underway, a set of 8 dumbbell thrusters. Weight on that dumbbell is 50 pounds. They can break up the rep scheme however they want, alternating arms or not alternating arms.
And Freddie Cherry in lane 11, he is with the black hat, center of the screen. He's the other athlete fighting for the top spot here, as most athletes are back to the rig at this point.
And David Hippensteel, you mentioned he likes bar muscle-ups. He was your first, and he is there in the neon shorts, longer hair. He's already done with his first round, and will now go back to the dumbbell thruster for a set of 12.
And Hippensteel, one of the most decorated Masters athletes of all time. He's got 3 CrossFit Games titles under his belt. He's got 5 podium finishes in total, so he could notch just another podium onto his career belt with a win here.
Hippensteel in the neon shorts to his left is going to be John George.
See George just to the left of Hippensteel. He is through that first set of bar muscle-ups and
will now go to his second set of bar muscle-ups, looking for 6 reps to complete. George is ahead of Cherry. Cherry is just advancing, you can see in the black hat, to his second set of dumbbell thrusters, as George now goes to his second set of bar muscle-ups.
And it's important to note that, if we see some of these athletes hit a wall in the final set of bar muscle-ups are unable to get any, the tiebreaker coming off of the thrusters is the time when you completed your last dumbbell thruster. See, Cherry's still working through his second round, so he's got some ground to make up if he wants to try and take the title away from John George.
Just over 2 minutes in, Dave Hippensteel, you can see him advancing to his final set of 16 dumbbell thrusters. An 8-minute cap is what we're looking at. And then to the top center of your screen, That's going to be George and Dan Miller working on their second set of bar muscle-ups. George is the one that is right over Dave's head. Important to mention that Dave's not just a CrossFit athlete. Hip and Steel is also a dentist and one of the most decorated Masters athletes in the division. George to his left, white shirt, high black socks. He's in his last set of 16 dumbbell thrusters. On the right screen, you can see in the hat, second set of bar muscle-ups for Cherry.
And just to the right of Cherry is Dan Brannigan. He's the athlete in third right now that Hip and Steel is trying to overtake for the third and final podium spot. He has yet to finish his second bar muscle-ups as well. So if this position holds, we could see Hip and Steel complete the comeback and overtake him for third.
And Hip and Steel was just 15 points ahead of Brannigan coming into this final event. His judge's hand is already in the air. Right part of your screen, you can see him on the rig. Long hair, neon shorts. He's got to complete a set of 8.
And Hip and Steel just did 4 there. I mean, even after everything that they've done this weekend, his pulling endurance for these high-skilled gymnastics movements is truly impressive.
George also on his final set of bar muscle-ups. Wasn't able to turn over on that last one. Hip and Steel has just 2 bar muscle-ups left at the 4.5-minute mark. Well ahead of his other competitors.
And the man he's chasing, Dan Brannigan, still has 2 reps remaining in his second round of bar muscle-ups.
You see Hip and Steel just failed. He's left center of the screen. This is the part where you have to be strategic of when you jump up, making sure that you don't get no reps and that you are ready before jumping up.
And to Hip and Steel's left, you can see John George and Dan Miller both at the rig right now. Miller is 2 rounds behind. John George just failed a rep. So Hip and Steel should be able to know that there's no one that's close enough. The only athlete in lane 13 across the way from him, Tom Denolf, is starting to close on him with some fast singles. So,
and he slipped the elbow over, had to come back down, right across from him.
Lane 13, Tom Denolf, no shirt, gray beard. He is chipping away with just singles. He's taken a different approach here, and he's been able to pull even with Hip and Steel now as both athletes
just have 2 left. And Denolf, I think he's gonna go for his last one. Oh! He was all the way over, but just fell back. Hip and Steel now 1 to go, and he will get it in and take an event win, 6'10", Denolf 6'12".
And you see Hip and Steel look across and give a fist pump to Denolf. They were both aware of where each other were, and I think that pressure from both sides elevated both athletes in this instant. Once Hip and Steel saw that Denolf was close, Denolf went for the double on that last round to try and win. He misses. Hip and Steel hops up, goes for 2, is able to pull out a clutch performance double right there, and man, that was awesome.
And that's one of the things that I like about this format of having your competitor right across from you. This format is different because we have all the even lanes on one side, all the odd on the other, and they were able to really pace off each other, as now they are the only 2 athletes to have finished with just 1 minute before the time cap.
John George on the right-hand side of this screen, center, has just about 3 or 2 reps remaining to try and finish under the time cap. A good portion of the athletes are on their final round of bar muscle-ups. Dan Brannigan, the third place athlete, who is the gatekeeper for the podium, just got back to the bar right now. So
John George jumping up for his final rep, and he will turn over, and he will get it, and he will go to his nameplate, 7:38 for John George.
And that will lock up the top place overall. He was only 3 points ahead of Freddie Cherry, and getting to the finish mat ahead of Cherry secures him the title.
What a way to close out the men's 65-plus division. Dave Hippensteel earning himself an event win. 6 minutes and 10 seconds right behind him, Tom Denolf at 6:12. But your men's 65-plus 2024 CrossFit Games champion will go to John George. Dave Hippensteel just came over, gave us some fist pumps. Wasn't sure if he won or not, but we confirmed with him he was able to lock it in. Another part that we love about this community, everybody's giving fist pumps, big smiles on their faces, and that will close our 65-plus division as we await the men's 60 to 64. For the final time, the men's 60 to 64 division takes the floor for event number 10. This one is fast. An 8-minute time cap, a couplet of dumbbell thrusters with bar muscle-ups. The age group that we're looking at now, the rep scheme for the thrusters, 8, 12, 16, bar muscle-ups, 4, 6, 8. It's really going to come down to that set of 8, as we saw in the previous divisions.
Yeah, the pulling volume over the course of the weekend, and for these age group divisions, having a high skill gymnastics movement like the bar muscle up at the end presents a very tricky scenario for them, because if they burn in too hot on these first few rounds, you can come to a screeching halt. We've seen a few athletes be able to make a move on that last bar muscle up set.
Your leader going into the final event, Joe Ames, has a nice cushion ahead of David Powell by 48 points, but then Tom Famery in third and Stuart Swanson just separated by 12 points.
And only 3 points back of Swanson is Peter Harvey, so 15 points separate third through fifth. Any one of these athletes with a strong performance can move up into a podium spot. We saw just that, I believe, unofficially from Dave Hibbettstall in that last one, because he went out and won the event, and I think he may have made up enough ground.
And for the final time, the men's 60 to 64 are underway. Event number 10, starting with a set of 8 dumbbell thrusters. 50 pounds, can break it up however they want.
We just saw Joe Ames on the screen, aiming for his third CrossFit Games title. This will be his third title across 3 different age groups way back in 2015. That was almost a decade ago. He won the 50 to 54 division. A few years later in 2019, he won the 55 to 59 division, and now looking for his first title in the 60 to 64.
Stuart Swanson and Ames both back to their dumbbell, advancing it to begin their second round, 12 reps here. Swanson is to the closest part of the screen in the neon. Right above him is Ames.
Most of these athletes moving pretty smooth through these first few reps. With a lot of athletes getting bunched up at the bar muscle up in the previous age division, the tiebreaker is the time when you finished your last dumbbell thruster. So getting through that final set of thrusters also important for spots on the leaderboard.
Ames and Swanson back to their second set of bar muscle ups, looking for a set of 6 here. Swanson and Ames decided to do a pullover in the white shirt. Swanson is in the neon as he goes unbroken for his second set and will move to his third and final set of 16 dumbbell thrusters. Your leader of the final heat. Judge reminds him you have to move up to the next part of the floor.
Yeah, Swanson did a free squat there. And this is great for Swanson. He knows right now that at very least he's got 2 guys between him and lane number 9, Tom Famery. He's going to need a few more to slot in there if he wants to overtake Famery for third. This is one of the unique elements of the way this floor is laid out. All of these athletes can pretty much see each other on the floor. Because they're working inward and they can face towards each other, they can check in fairly easily on what's going on around them. And talking to a lot of them, they said they actually like that as far as the race is concerned.
Swanson, his final set of 8 bar muscle ups, who's breathing down his neck. Tom Famery across from him in the neon shirt, top of your screen to the right. He's working on his last set of thrusters. And now Ames will appear right there in the white shirt to the left for his final set of bar muscle ups.
And that's 6 for Swanson. I think he's going to try and go for it unbroken.
And Swanson gets it, 3:01 from Swanson for an event win.
What a performance from Swanson, unbroken on all the bar muscle ups. At the end of the weekend, no hesitation. He ripped it as an athlete that was within earshot, honestly, only 12 points back of third. He needed an event win, and look, he took his shot and landed. Now we just have to wait and see how the rest of the field plays out.
Tom Famery, center of your screen, the right man in the neon shirt has just 2 bar muscle ups left. He was sitting in third coming into this final event.
Joe Ames is done. He just crossed the finish line on the center of your screen now, so that's 1 athlete that's fit in between Swanson and Famery.
And Famery crosses the finish line, 4:05.
And that should be enough
to keep him on the podium.
Yep. So an excellent effort from Swanson, but Famery hung right on his hip for most of the event.
Just at the 4.5 minute mark. Time cap here is 8 minutes. Lane 8, Peter Harvey is going into his final set of dumbbell thrusters. Top right of your screen, white shirt, black shorts.
We're just past that. We're a little bit past the halfway mark. About 3 minutes left in this event. So I think for a lot of these athletes that are on their last set, they should be able to kind of chip away 1-2 reps at a time and hopefully get into the time cap. You saw Mike Fry up there getting a rep in, using a little bit of a dynamic start there, walking up to the bar, jumping up at a little bit of an angle. It's a good way to kind of help naturally generate momentum on the pull-up bar.
Him and Ray Bissonnetti right next to him on the left, both in the white shirts. Same strategy. Couple of no reps. This is where we are seeing athletes start to have that pulling fatigue set in from previous age groups.
And Ray Bissonette, last potential rep. Let's see if he can dig for it.
And he's good right on that 6 minute mark. Just 2 minutes left in this event. And Fry able to get another rep in. Judge's hand is in the air for 4 reps left before he closes out this event.
Fry only 4 reps left.
Peter Harvey in the white shirt going for another bar muscle up. And he gets another one.
We're seeing some athletes make some adjustments to their kip. Harvey there taking almost like a half swing to try and generate a little bit of momentum. Fry on the other side.
And Fry just has 3 left.
Taking a walking start while he jumps into the barbell. That's generating some horizontal motion to try and get a bigger swing.
Harvey to your left with 3 reps.
It's Fry.
Fry to the left with 3 reps. Harvey to the right with 5.
60 seconds. Harvey, 5 reps in lane 8 remaining.
Approaching the 45-second mark, and he'll fight for it to get over, and Harvey has it. 4 reps to go. And he's gonna go for another one, but just doesn't have it in him.
We got 2 to go over here.
30 seconds. 4 reps remaining.
Fry with just 2 within the next 20 seconds.
Interesting that he's stuck with singles this whole time, especially after getting the first one. A lot of times, the most difficult rep for a lot of athletes is the first one. Once you get up there, and then you can let the natural momentum of gravity pull you through to the next one, you see athletes be able to rip a few in a row.
And that is time for your men's 60 to 64 division, event 10. It was Stuart Swanson with a time of 3:01 who will take an event win, but Joe Ames will be your 2024 Masters winner in the men's 60 to 64 division.
Tremendous performance from Stuart Swanson to earn himself an event win. He was the reigning champion last year in this division, you know, going out swinging, and Joe Ames now earns a 3rd CrossFit Games title in a 3rd division. That is rarefied air there.
And David Powell should lock in that 2nd place on the podium, and Tom Famery another year on the podium to close out the men's 60 to 64. The men's 55 to 59 division will now take the floor for their final event on the day and the final event of the 2024 CrossFit Masters Games. And Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez as these athletes are about to take on a couplet of dumbbell thrusters and bar muscle-ups. This age group, their dumbbell thrusters will be 8, 12, 16 with a 50-pound dumbbell, and bar muscle-up rep scheme 6, 10, 14. What are we looking at for keys to success?
Well, I think it all comes down to the bar muscle-ups here and how well you can handle the upper body pulling volume. For most of these athletes, you're gonna have to slowly increase your speed as the event goes along on the dumbbell thrusters, but make sure that you don't redline on the bar muscle-ups, because we've seen athletes just come to a grinding halt here, and that's really ultimately what's going to dictate your finish, your ability to rip big sets of bar muscle-ups late in this event.
And placement is going to matter in this heat. I think, at least thus far, this is the tightest race of the age groups that we've seen yet today. John Kim just 6 points ahead of Vic McQuaid. And then for that third and final spot, Mike Egan just 9 points ahead of Shannon McGibbon.
And McKibben only 9 points ahead of Leonardo Lima. So plenty of opportunity for some shuffling on the leaderboard here, which is going to put the onus on execution at a high level. And man, these athletes are going to have to hold on for dear life.
John Kim finished second at the 2023 CrossFit Games, looking to earn his first title standing on top of the podium.
We had some fun banter with Kim yesterday on Instagram. He was joking that we called out that he was taking a long rest during one of the live streams, and I told him, hey man, those rests are suiting you well, because right now you're in first and you're in the driver's seat for a potential win.
Yeah, so maybe a longer rest for something than we expected, but it paid off, and we'll see how it fares as he is your leader into this final event. Just an 8-minute cap, as we already have a handful of athletes working through that set of 6 bar muscle-ups. And we already got a couple hands in the air in lane 8, white shirt. Lima was the first back to his dumbbell, followed by McGibbon.
And for really with the point spread, John Kim just needs to keep his eyes on lane 11 right there, center of your screen, Vic McQuaid. That's the athlete he has to stay ahead of. Because really, as long as McQuaid doesn't overtake him in points, if they tie, John Kim's got the tiebreaker by virtue of 2 event wins over the weekend.
Lima, top of your screen, center of your screen, white shirt. He is chipping away now at his second set of 10 bar muscle-ups.
We're seeing a very methodical pace here from John Kim and some of these other top athletes. Unhurried through these first 2 rounds. I think maybe saving a little bit of juice for the end.
Lane 12 in the center. Black shorts, no shirt. That's going to be McGibbon, with Kim to the left of him in the green shorts. We have just on the right side top, you can't see him, it's just cut off, but Antonio Baldrini, he's on his last set of thrusters, looking down his competitor straight across from him. Lima on his final set. These are your 1 and 2 leaders of the final heat.
Now it's tight here on the floor. John Kim, the overall leader, lane number 10, back to the dumbbell.
This is their second or final set, set of dumbbell thrusters. They're looking for 16 here. Lane 7, Baldrini jumping up for his final set. Left of your screen, right in the center, neon shorts.
I mean, look at those bar muscle-ups where he's catching. I mean, so high, doesn't really need to use much more than a pretty standard hip pop on the kip there. He's catching well below his belly button. No real need to get that forward lean over the bar to try and stabilize. And No surprise why he's been able to pull him to the lead. You can see both Boldrini on the left, on the right screen, Leonardo Lima all the way in the back on the rig, both ripping through big chunks of this final set of 14.
We'll wait to see once we get a judge's hand in the air, and Boldrini with just 4 reps to go, he jumps down.
Just to Lima's right on the
hand is in
rig,
the air.
John Kim just jumped up. He took another extended break, but I think for good reason. He did the same thing in the last round and then went 10 unbroken. So I think Kim knows where Vic McQuaid is, knows that he can take a few extra beats here, and has a big set of bar muscle-ups in his back pocket to try and secure his victory here.
And Kim hasn't broke. He did get 1 no rep because his feet were higher and broke that parallel line, but didn't miss a beat. We do have Boldrini 355 as your first athlete to cross. Lima has just 1 rep to go. Just jumped up. And he is good to lock in second.
And that's big for Lima. He's only 18 points back of Mike Egan for the podium. So he's hoping that a few of these athletes can start to come across the finish line. Mike Egan is still on his last set of thrusters.
And Kim to the left in the center, 1 rep to go. As he locks in a 3rd place finish in event 10, but a 1st place championship for the first time in the men's 55 to 59 division.
An excellent effort from John Kim there. He knew what was on the table. He had his strategy. He stuck to it. You could see him checking across the way. He knew where Vic McQuaid, the man chasing him on the leaderboard, was. And I thought he executed that tremendously and is able to secure that top spot.
And McKibben is in.
And all of this is great for Leonardo Lima, who finished second, wasn't able to get the win, but every one of these athletes that moves into the finish line is ahead of Mike Egan right now, who is just starting to chip away at his last set of bar muscle-ups.
Just about 2.5 minutes until that time cap. This last set of bar muscle-ups is set of 14.
And Vic McQuaid on the right side of your screen, green shirt just crossed as well. That's at a minimum 3 athletes that have finished in between Leonardo Lima and Mike Egan.
Mike Miles also finishing it up, kneeling to the left of your screen.
It's also important that Shannon McKibben in lane 12 finished up as well. He was only 9 points back of Egan. So
McKibben was about 4th or 5th to finish this one.
So I think depending on how the points shake out, we could see maybe a tie or only 1 placement between McKibben and Lima, but it really comes down to where Egan finishes. You can see Egan still on the rig there.
Judge's hand is in the air. He's got 5 reps to go with just under 90 seconds until the time cap. Jake Taylor is in.
Mike Ives is in as well. Both of them just crossed the finish line, bottom right of your screen. And those are all precious points that both McKibben and Lima are going to gain on Mike Egan.
Shaking off his arms, getting ready to finish this out.
You see Egan has just kind of hit his limit here on the bar muscle-ups after such a long weekend. Totally understandable given everything that these men have done.
And this is where we talk about getting people in between other athletes, is where those precious points do come into play as we approach the 30-second mark before the time cap.
And on the right side, on the right screen here, Anders Omren, 1 rep left. That is his last rep. He's going to cross the finish line. He has had a huge cheering section all weekend long. You can see all the way in the back, a big contingent from Sweden, his home country, showing up to support and cheer him on.
Egan, the final athlete.
Oh,
He has 3 reps, but he won't be able to get them under the cap. What we know for sure, Tommy, is John Kim is your men's 55 through 59 Masters champion. The rest of the podium is going to come down to those precious points and where they placed in the final standings.
yes, both Leonardo Lima and Shannon McKibben put in a tremendous effort to make their case for the podium. So we're going to have to wait and see how the final placements shake out. Just to remind everyone, competitioncorner.net, you search 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. They will have the most up-to-date standings for you to check in if you're watching and following along from home.
That will do it for myself and Tommy Marquez. This has been an absolute pleasure calling so many divisions over the course of the last 4 days, Tommy.
The fans, the athletes, the volunteers here all have done a tremendous job. It really does take a village to get these types of events done. And, you know, there's a few cues to know that it's been a great weekend. I wake up this morning, I'm exhausted, my eyes are puffy, my voice is almost gone, but I'm smiling ear to ear. And that is a testament to the work that everyone puts in, as well as the environment that they've curated here. And hats off to everyone here that's been a part of the CrossFit Games Masters competition and the Legends Championship, because I can only hope we get to come back and do this next year.
Certainly a successful year one, new venue, new format, new location. Thanks to everybody who helped us make this possible. Congratulations to all of the athletes. Truly impressed to see 10 events over the course of 4 days. That's a lot of volume. And we've just seen so many great performances, great people, and just being this part of this community reminds us that we're doing exactly what we enjoy doing.
Absolutely, no doubt. And now we get to hand it off to two of the best in the biz, right?
The best in the biz, the voices of CrossFit, Sean Woodland, Chase Ingram. They are going to close out your men's and women's Masters division that we still have on tap. A lot of tight races, and you're going to hear it from the best. So from Lauren Khalil, Tommy Marquez, thank you for everybody who listened and watched over the weekend, and we'll see you next time.
It is time to crown champions. The final day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. One event remains, and it is sort of Fran's mutant cousin.
Of course it would be a version of Fran in the long 4-day stretch. 8, 12, 16. Single arm dumbbell thrusters and bar muscle ups, 35 pounds for the women.
Overall standings as we begin with the 50 to 54-year-old division on the women's side. 4 points separate Janet Black from Jen Dieter for the top spot on the overall leaderboard. Stephanie China, she is not safe there in third, as Kim Purdy is only 5 points back.
And with the volume of bar muscle-ups and the ascending rep scheme, really anything can happen. We saw that in the older divisions prior to this starting. And the fact that you have 36 bar muscle-ups with a single-arm dumbbell thruster, which, you know, reading on paper is like, oh, that's interesting. And now watching it, it's like it's a good little twist to close the weekend at for these athletes.
The women who survived the cut last night are now taking the floor. So just one heat of the 50 to 54-year-olds here, and there are going to be 16 women on the floor. The reason for that is last night there was a scoring adjustment. Julie Ackerman, at the time of the scoring adjustment, sat in 15th. Once the scoring adjustment was made, she fell to 16th, and Priscilla Mom moved into 15th. So opposed to telling Julie Ackerman that she had to go home, they added Mom to the final heat. So we have 16 women. Originally this is supposed to get cut down to 15, but that seemed to be the best solution to the problem. So 16 women here in the final event for the 50 to 54-year-olds. And again, it is tight on top of the overall standings. Your overall leader, Janet Black, will be on the right side of the floor in lane number 10. She has 744 points. She is looking for her third Masters Championship.
And she only has a 4-point lead on Jen Dieter, who's on the other side of the competition floor, as well as Stephanie China and Kim Purdy, only separated by 5 points themselves. But realistically, 23 points separate first through fourth, which with our scoring system is about 6 places on the leaderboard.
As we have seen all weekend long, there will be athletes working on both sides of the floor. You're looking at the even-numbered lanes, and that is where Janet Black will be working. She's in the middle of your screen in the white sleeveless shirt and the black long pants. And then on the other side of the floor are the odd number lanes. Jen Dieter will be keeping an eye on her. She'll be in lane number 11. She's dressed in the all black in the middle. So we're underway, and we start with 8 single-arm thrusters. Now, there's no rule on alternating or what arm you have to use. Just get them done.
Really like the way they just allow the athletes to compete. And on the thrusters at this weight with these athletes, it's not really going to be an issue. You can switch when you get tired. But managing your bar muscle-ups early is going to be key to this because the ascending rep scheme from 8 to 12 to 16.
So Dieter, China, and Black were all done at about the same time on this first round of 8. And this has been sort of the common theme that we saw in the older age groups. Everyone looks great here in round number 1.
Everybody loves round 8. Round 12, it gets real. And then round 16, you realize if you made good choices or bad choices.
So Janet Black in the middle of your screen in the long black pants. She's on her second round now. 12 single-arm dumbbell thrusters, 35 pounds on the dumbbell, and Jen Dieter finished around the same time. Stephanie China was just behind the two of them. So Dieter, in order to overtake Janet Black, is not only she's got to beat her, but she's got to get someone in between the two of them to make up that 5-point deficit. Black and Dieter done at the same time as Black moves back to the bar. Now 12 bar of muscle-ups that need to be completed here. And Jen Dieter is in the long black pants, left side of your screen. Next to her in lane number 9, that is Stephanie China, who currently sits in third place overall. She's trying to hold off Kim Purdy, who's down on lane 12. And all of our top 4 athletes are on to their 12 bar muscle-ups.
Janet Black just took a break on the other side of the competition floor.
And Dieter continues to work her. Black is back on the barbell, or back on the pull-up bar, pardon me. I don't think Dieter's come down yet. Dieter on the left, Janet Black is on the right in the long black pants.
With those big pauses, again, the round of 16 is basically its own workout within the event.
Well, Dieter has taken the lead as Janet Black, I believe, has 3 muscle-ups left.
And Janet's taken 2 breaks where Dieter went unbroken.
And now we're on to the round of 16 dumbbell thrusters. So Dieter is in first place, but Janet Black, I think right now is in third because it looks like down in lane number 6, Shannon Schliefer has gotten ahead of Janet Black. Now that's good news for Dieter if that holds.
Janet Black is about tied in that third place position with Stephanie China and Pruitt. All about the same, but it's not going to be about the it's not going to be about the thrusters. 16 bar muscle ups.
So Jen Dieter's done. She's taking a walk back to the bar, coming in second place overall with 740 points, 4 back of Janet Black, who is now getting to the pull-up bar as well. Dieter was faster on the round of 12 bar muscle ups than Janet Black. Meanwhile, in lane number 6 on the other end of the floor, Shannon Schliefer's looking really good here in the yellow and black pants. This is her final set of bar muscle ups.
Now she's ahead of both Dieter and Black.
And now she's taking a break as Dieter continues to work. She's resting on top of that pull-up bar as Jen Dieter. And Janet Black is now off again, so no judge's hand in the air yet.
Janet takes her first break. Dieter still on the bar. I think she's at 7 reps. And honestly, if you're gonna sit up there and rest, it's not a comfortable resting position. The only reason you would see someone do that is that you get more momentum going into the swing.
So Schliefer, meanwhile, is 2 reps away from finishing in the yellow top, black pants, now just hopping back up to the bar. Janet Black's judge's hand is in the air, so it looks like she may have pulled ahead of Dieter. Now Dieter has 5 to go. Schliefer's there taking a break. She has 2 remaining, and now it looks like she's starting to run out of gas. Jen Dieter's off the bar. Janet Black is off the bar.
Now Dieter was actually forced to come down because when she was resting at the top, she would never actually complete the lockout. So they had to make her lock out and then get back down to that resting position.
Well, I'm not sure where Dieter is. Now she's in 4 reps to go. Janet Black has 1 left. So if Janet Black does it, Janet Black is going to clinch the championship. Event win for Janet Black and the Masters CrossFit Games title. The 1 rep remaining for Jen Dieter, who looks to hang on to second place.
Oh.
She's done. Dieter is in, and Dieter will stand on the podium. Now Stephanie China has got to hang on to third place. Kim Purdy is behind her. Purdy is in lane 12 on the other side of the floor working through her muscle ups. I'm not sure where Stephanie China is right now in her rep count, but she's in the middle of your screen in the black. You can see her swinging her arms. And now back up on the bar. Kim Purdy in lane number 12, getting set to jump back up on the bar. And she is inside 5 reps to go. But Purdy has got to beat China by 2 spots.
But China just failed.
And now Purdy just failed. An 8-minute time cap here. And China just failed another one. Purdy just got hit with a no rep. Her feet may have risen above the bar, and we have seen that happen in some of the older age groups. Now Purdy back up to it, and that rep is going to count. Now Purdy has 1 remaining. China has 4 remaining. So Purdy's up and over, and now she needs 1 more person to get in ahead of Stephanie China. That could happen in lane 17. That's where Sherry Stevenson is working. Stevenson is in the right box in the yellow and black in lane 17. If she can finish before China.
Oh, they both got.
And she's in, and that means it looks like Kim Purdy may have just overtaken China for third place. And China is across. But we'll have to wait for the official scoring, but it was a 4-point, or make that a 5-point deficit. There's 3 points between spots.
3 points. It might come down to 1.
It could come down to a single point, but that is obviously our unofficial, somewhat unreliable math.
If it's us doing math, it's unofficial.
Don't trust it.
It should be known now that if it's math coming from us, it is highly unofficial.
And Stella Bartram in lane 16 working through her reps, but it's Jan in black. What a finish to the competition for her as she wins 4 of the last 5 events, and the only event she didn't win was event number 9, and she finished 3rd, and she clinches the 50 to 54-year-old championship. 45 to 49-year-old women. We will crown a champion in that division coming up next. Final day of competition continues here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. The 45 to 49-year-old women are up next for their 10th and final event. Thrusters and bar muscle-ups with a little bit of a twist.
Bit of a twist, but the same intensity. Single-arm dumbbell thrusters at 35 pounds, and then bar muscle-ups. We're going 8, 12, 16, 36 reps of each. That final round of 16. We saw in the previous heat, it's not going to come down to the thrusters. It's going to come down on how you manage those bar muscle-ups.
Overall standings coming into this 10th and final event, it is tight on top of the overall leaderboard. Deanna Posey is just 3 points up on Kelly Friel for first place. That's one spot in the results. It's 3 points between first and second and third. Val Vobrel right now occupies the final spot on the podium, but she's only 4 up on Jenna Larson.
And between the 4 of them, 24 points separate first through fourth.
30 seconds.
That's the difference between 8 spots on the leaderboard with the scoring system that we have. And an event like this where seconds matter. This is a fast, furious event. You're going to see if the pressure will get to them in those final 16 bar muscle-ups.
Now, Posey, your overall leader, is going to be on the right side of the floor in lane number 10, and the 2 women right behind her, Vobrel and Friel, will be on the left. And we open up with the 8 thrusters at 35 pounds.
You can pick any arm you want. You don't have to change if you don't want to.
Well, Val Vobrel is one of the first women done in lane number 9 as she hops up for her 8-bar muscle-ups. And you know if this is one area where Val Vobrel is going to excel, it's in the gymnastics movement. She's in lane number 9. She's right of center of screen in the white top and black shorts, and she's going unbroken on these things and making really quick work.
Previous heat, we saw everybody go unbroken through the round of 8. We even saw some athletes go unbroken in the round of 12.
Vobrel is the first woman off along in lane number 15. Laura Reed is there, and in lane number 11, the woman in second place, Kelly Friel.
Posey is about 5 seconds behind Friel and Vobrel.
And Posey got hit with an early no rep on her second set here as we're now in the second round of 12 single-arm dumbbell thrusters. And as you said, Chase, no rule here on switching arms or what arm you have to do what set. You just got to get the work done. Now Vobrel is the first woman back to the pull-up bar. Now 12-bar muscle-ups. Kelly Friel is there as well. And now down in lane 10 on the other side, overall leader Deanna Posey is chalking up her hand. She's in the yellow shorts and the white tank top with the black sleeves on. And now she's getting to work.
Val just took a break, but she was getting so high over the top of the bar, and that's just going to save your arms in that press out for this final set of 16 dumbbell thrusters.
Vobrel now has 2 reps left. She's on the right side of your screen in lane number 9. Right of center, just hopping off the bar. She has 1 rep left.
She got a no rep from the judge for her feet coming too high.
Well, meanwhile, Deanna Posey is done. So Posey, second place in the heat right now, is in lane number 20. Tiffany Kempton is your leader. But Kempton not in contention for one of the spots on the podium right now.
Now it's good for Posey as she's ahead of Friel, has a 3-point lead on her coming into this, but Val can put herself in the position maybe to take on Friel. She's 20 points back of Friel for that second place position.
And Kempton's in the bottom right part of the box. And now on the left side of your screen is Tiffany Kempton. She's the leader in the heat right now. The right side of the screen on the very, very far right. That's Kelly Friel, who currently sits in second place behind Deanna Thompson. Val Vobrel now back in the lead as Vobrel is heading to the bar for her final 16-bar muscle-ups. Deanna Posey's done, and now here comes Kelly Friel.
So Friel caught up on the thrusters, but she did fall behind on the last set of 12-bar muscle-ups, and now we're going up to 16, and Val got another no rep for her feet coming too high.
And we've seen that a lot in the women's divisions, that glide kip of the feet coming above the bar, and Vobrel has that sorted out as Deanna Thompson is moving again here as she works her way through her round of 16. Again, Posey is your overall leader, but only a 3-point cushion on Kelly Friel, who's now off the bar on the left side of your screen. Friel occupies lane number 11. She's got her back to the camera right now in the black shorts and the white tank top.
And not only does she have her back to the camera, she has her back to Deanna Posey as well.
Meanwhile, Val Vobrel continuing to chip away at that set of 16. Thompson's taking a break. Thompson's paying very close attention. I just take a look at her. She is looking right at Kelly Friel. The Thompson in the middle on the left side of your screen. The Thompson's judge's hand is in the air. Volveral's judge's hand is in the air as well. The Thompson's is ahead of Kelly Friel right now. All she has to do is just beat Friel in this event to hang on to the top spot in the standings.
Friel just hit 10.
Oh, now she hit failure. So Friel with a no rep. Well, Val Voberl has 3 reps left. Thompson has 3 reps remaining. Voberl's taking a break. Thompson now with 2 remaining, and Friel has yet to get inside 5. Left side of your screen, Thompson, final rep for her, and it is, pardon me, Deanna Posey, who is in. Deanna Posey locking up the 45 to 49-year-old championship. And now lane 15 is in. That's Laura Reed. 5 reps remain for
Val's failed
Friel.
a couple of muscle-ups inside 3 reps left to go.
So Friel is now got to start worrying about Jenna Larson.
Larson just
in lane
finished.
12.
Larson just finished.
So Larson's in. She was only 4 points back of Friel.
4 points back of Val.
Probably 4 points back of Val for 3rd. So Val now has to finish it, and I think Val is going to do it. I think that will be enough, unless someone else got across the finish line. We'll see. But it's going to be really close.
That's going to be close because I think lane 3, Alicia Miffett is done.
If that's the case,
okay,
then Jenna Larson is going to wind up on the podium.
I couldn't see exactly where they finished between the 2 of them, but I wasn't sure if Miffett was walking to her dumbbell for her last set, but no, she had finished right at the same time as Val Voberl.
So if Miffett got in between Larson and Voberl, Larson may have just put herself on the podium. So Deanna Posey, we do know, is going to sit atop the overall standings and bring home the 45 to 49-year-old championship. A lot to sort out here as we have 1 minute remaining now before we hit the time cap, and more women are getting set to finish up. Lane number 5, Mariska Mewison has finished up. And now in lane number 6, JC Kale has finished. We're trying to get the time for Miffett and for Voberl to sort out that situation. Lane 8, Kim Mullins came across. And it looks like every woman has finished. But the biggest question, I'd stand corrected, in lane 13, Allie Crawford still going through bar muscle-ups. But the question is, did Miffett get in ahead of Val Voberl to help out Jenna Larson? So Miffett came in at 4:55, and we're working on Voberl's time right now. So 5:58 for Voberl is what we're being told. And if that is the case, then Jenna Larson may have done enough to wind up on the podium.
5:58. So she got a minute.
So it looks like, unofficially, Jenna Larson gets in ahead of Val Voberl, gets the help that she needed, and Voberl got hit with a ton of no reps on those muscle-ups, and that looks like it's going to be the difference.
Well, look, they're looking for the feet above the bar.
Happy birthday to Chloe.
And again, this is just numbers we're getting from the side, but
Happy birthday to you.
All right, action continues here on the final day of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games, and we were just talking to ourselves here apparently because our mics were dead.
It's kind of what we do.
Kind of what we do.
So you guys actually missed the greatest conversation of the weekend. So.
If you're into uncertainty and ambiguity, you missed a lot of good stuff. We were talking about the last heat that we saw, and we're just trying to figure out who occupies the third spot on the podium. 40 to 44-year-olds are up next. Here are your overall standings. Carly Newlands, she has clinched. She is more than 100 points clear. She's going to win. But the question now is who's going to wind up on the podium with her, because look how tight it is from second all the way down to fifth.
31 points, and anything can happen on those last 16 bar muscle-ups. So 12 points between second and third, 10 points between third and fourth, 22 points from top to bottom between those three.
All right, folks, here we go.
We're underway. 8 thrusters now at 50 pounds as the weight has now increased for the women.
Now, this is a heavy weight for a single arm thruster. It just throws you off if you've never done this before. It's a bit tougher to stabilize in that position. As we're talking about the race between second and first, Andrea Pinheiro is sitting in second place. She has a 12-point lead on Shillington, and then a 22-point lead on Matthews. At the games this year, because Pinheiro competed at the games, the final event was thrusters and bar muscle-ups, and that wasn't her best finish of the weekend.
Lanes 12 and lanes 14, Carlene Matthews and Aaliyah Navarro were two of the first women done with that opening round. And then over in lane 13 on the other side of the floor, Jamie Latimer was one of the first women off on her side.
Now, Matthews isn't only chasing down Pinheiro because Matthews is actually in fourth, but she's only 10 points out of a podium position with Janine Shillington.
Navarro and Matthews, two of the first women done, and in lane number 15, Amanda Cummins is heading to the pull-up bar. Becca Voigt-Miller is done. Latimer moving back to the pull-up bar. She is in lane 13. She's in the box on the right side in the middle in the yellow shirt, black shorts, black knee sleeves going through her bar muscle-ups. This is now the round of 12 reps.
Left side or right side of your screen, just walking back to the rig in the all black is Shillington. She is dead last in this heat. Shillington, who was sitting in third, 10 points ahead of Carleen Matthews, who was in fourth.
So Carleen Matthews is also in the front of this heat. As in lane number 15, Amanda Cummins has moved herself into first place in the heat. She's now going to start the round of 16 single arm thrusters. Bottom right part of your screen. Lane 14 now in second place is Aaliyah Navarro. And now Latimer has moved into third. Matthews, she's done. Carleen Matthews, who's trying to work her way onto the podium in lane number 12.
For these athletes at that 2.5-minute mark, and here comes the rest of the athletes. 16 has moved on.
And as you mentioned, in lane number 9, Janine Shillington, who currently sits in third place. She's in the all black in the middle part of your screen. She's the only woman on that side, one of two women on that side of the floor left on the bar muscle-ups, as Amanda Cummins moves back to the rig in lane 15 for her set of 16 bar muscle-ups.
Carleen Matthews has an opportunity to make a move, not just on Shillington, but on Pinheiro. Pinheiro is in the bottom half in this heat, but Matthews needs to take advantage of some of the athletes around her who are also doing well, because she needs those places in between her, Pinheiro, and Shillington.
Well, Shillington on the left side of your screen, this is only her round of 12 that she's finishing up here. She has fallen way, way behind here the rest of the pack. So Carleen Matthews is on her set of 16.
So now we need to look at Andrea Pinheiro, who's just hopping up to the rig on the right side of your screen with 16 left. She was 22 points behind Andrea Pinheiro. She's going to beat Shillington, so Matthews is now in third. But with 22 points, she's going to need at least 8 people between her and Pinheiro.
Well, Shillington has now just finished her round of 12. Cummins is in. She's going to win the event at 3:52. In lane number 14, Aaliyah Navarro is getting set to finish up. Final rep for Navarro. She's going to take a break. She's on the right side in lane 14. Shillington's on the left. She is way in the back here. Now Navarro is done at 4:19. With Carleen Matthews, we have yet to see her judge's hand go in the air. Matthews is now in her final 5 reps. In lane number 13, Jamie Latimer has now come across. Matthews is starting to struggle a little bit. Shillington has 2 thrusters left. Looking to hang on to that final spot on the podium. And Carleen Matthews now has 2 reps left. Matthews failing her final rep, so Shillington has made her way back to the rig.
Now Andrea Pinheiro also has 1 last rep.
Lane number 7, that's Kelly Holm, and now Pinheiro is in. Matthews is across.
So Pinheiro's last 16 bar muscle up saved her.
Now Shillington, meanwhile, got hit with a no rep on her muscle ups. In lane number 2, Kaja Ohala looks like she's across. Lane number 6, we have another finisher, Hope Cicero, coming in. Also had lane 18, Yannicka Asen is in. And now in lane number 10, Carly Newlands, who had already clinched first place coming into this event because she was more than 100 points ahead of everybody else.
And Pinheiro, who was basically 8 to 10 spots behind Matthews the entire way. Last 16 bar muscle-ups where Carly just couldn't quite capitalize at the end. Saved herself in that second place position.
It does look like Matthews might wind up in third depending on what Shillington does here.
4 reps remaining.
Matthews only 10 points behind Shillington.
Well, we've had another person finish. Elizabeth Lane also came in. So given the amount of people that have finished between Matthews now and Shillington who's still working, it looks like that deficit has been erased.
And here goes Rachel Green up. 3 more reps remaining, Larry. And she's got 2.
Done in lane number 17.
Still more than a minute to go before we hit the time cap. The 2 women are still out there working. Shillington is one of them, and she's now got 3 reps remaining. Now over in lane 8 is the other one. That is Rachel Green. Shillington is in the right center of your screen in lane 9 in the all black. She came in 3rd place overall, only 10 points up on Carleen Matthews, and Matthews has already finished, and she's gotten a lot of people between the two of her now. Another no rep for Shillington. Her feet just continue to rise above that bar, and that's exactly what we saw happen to Val Voberl, who got hit with about 7 no reps on her final set of bar muscle-ups.
30 seconds.
So final rep for Shillington.
And she's at the top.
And Shillington is in, and she is done. But that may have cost her a spot on the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our 40
This is the event that's going to do it. We've seen it, multiple heats in a row now.
competition.
Carly Newlands, we know, is going to wind up as your champion. It looks like Andrea Pinheiro and most likely Carleen Matthews will join her on the podium as the 40 to 44-year-old women are done. Coming up next, final heat for the women in event number 10. 35 to 39-year-olds take the floor when we continue here in Birmingham, Alabama. We are down to the final heat of women here as the competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games comes to a close on Sunday in Birmingham, Alabama. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 10. It's a combination we all hate, a thruster with a gymnastics pole.
I love it. I love it so much. What a great way to finish the weekend. 8, 12, 16 ascending reps of single arm dumbbell thrusters and bar muscle ups. And with the weight of 50 pounds, it does add up. We are ascending in the reps. The thrusters being a little bit more with this weight than it did in previous weights. But those, again, how you manage your 12 bar muscle ups will lead directly in how you're going to finish your last 16. And we've seen everything happen across the board so far.
Overall standings coming into this event, Andrea Nistler and Caroline Klutz have clinched spots on the podium. It's just a matter of where they're going to finish. Nistler looks pretty safe with 843 points. She's just got to avoid a disaster here. Mackenzie Riley has some work to do, though, to hold off Julia Holm for that final spot on the podium.
Yes, third place, Mackenzie Riley has a 17-point lead on Julia Holm and a 24-point lead on Sammy Corselli.
Well, Julia Holm will be in lane 12. She'll be on the side of the floor you're looking at now. Mackenzie Riley will be down in lane number 9. She'll be on the other side. So those are the two athletes we will be watching for that
10 seconds.
fight for the final spot on the podium here.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
And there is Julia Holm. Fourth place overall, 662 points. She trails Mackenzie Riley for the final spot on the podium by 17. We open up with those 8 single arm thrusters. It doesn't matter what arm you use, and there's no rule on having to switch at any point in the event. So all the women done it about the same time.
Holm is just 17 points out of Mackenzie Riley's third place position. Holm looks very good on the rig. Mackenzie drops already in that set of 8. Now, that could just be a game plan. One break here, one break next. Minimize your breaks in the final 16.
Well, Holm was one of the first women to get back to the dumbbell for her set now of 12 single arm thrusters as Mackenzie Riley has fallen back. Riley's on the far right of your screen. She's in the white tank top and the yellow shorts.
Now, what Holm's going to need is she's going to need to try to take this event, but she's also going to need 6 athletes to get in between her and Mackenzie Riley.
And right now, that's exactly what she has. Holm is one of the first women to the pull-up bar along with Angelica Bengtson. And then on the other side of the floor in lane 15, Christelle L. Debs. They were right there with Holm after this round of 12 thrusters.
Man, Holm has a beautiful bar muscle up.
Just got a no rep.
She utilizes the glide kip, but what the no rep's going to come from is the toes coming up. So watch what she does. She tucks her knees into her chest, and that actually helps her turn over a little bit quicker. It's like doing a front flip with your knees tucked or in a pike position.
She's down to 3 reps. Meanwhile, Mackenzie Riley is working on her set of 12 bar muscle ups. Lane number 8 is Sammy Scorzelli. She's your leader right now in the heat, along with, in lane number 6, Angelica Bengtson, and now Holm and Nistler off together. Nistler in the long black pants. Again, she has more or less clinched the top spot.
Now Holm just below her went unbroken on the 12, but had a no rep, so did 13. Mackenzie Riley has broken twice, but she still looks the same on every rep she did. Holm had to really work for those last 2 reps.
Holm in the middle of your screen, switching hands at the top there in the tank top, white tank top and black shorts. Meanwhile, Mackenzie Riley has just started her final set of 16 as Holm is set to put the finishing touches on her. So Holm is putting herself right where she needs to in order to have a chance to get onto the podium.
If everything stands as it does placing-wise, there's about 10 athletes between Holm and Riley.
The Holm on the left side of your screen.
And here's the thing, Holm is falling into 3rd in this heat, and she needs these bodies in between her and Mackenzie Riley, although Riley is just finished up her thruster as Holm has 2 reps.
Holm on the far left side of your screen. Mackenzie is on the right side of your screen. Now walking back to the rig, chalking up her hands in the yellow shorts and the white top. Holm is off.
That's her first break, and it was at 5. Mackenzie's on the rig already.
Riley on the right side of your screen. She looked like she just jumped off at 5 while Holm is back to work. Holm on the left, Riley on the right.
Oh, Riley just had a fail, but I think that's more of just a grip issue, so that wasn't actually a failed rep for Riley.
Well, Holm is back up.
9 reps for Holm.
And in lane number 8, Sammy Scorzelli is done. Holm has 5 to go. She has 4 left. Riley is taking another break. Holm's got 3 left.
Oh, looks like Riley might be down to singles. But here's the thing. Holm still needs bodies between them.
Nistler's in. Lane 15, Chriselle L. Debs is finished.
And every person that finishes before Holmes is one less person between her and Mackenzie Riley.
She's got to hurry. Julie Holm has 1 left now down in lane number 2. Chelsea Hughes is across, and now Holm is in. 4:54 for her. Mackenzie Riley has 3 reps remaining. We'll see who else can finish here. Lane number 3, Katie Sherritt is across. In lane 16, Amy Norton has come in. Or Amy Morton, pardon me. And now in lane 13, Amelia Lepinen is in.
1 more rep for Riley. She can't have another person finish between her. She's got to get this.
Riley has it, and Riley is across.
Ooh, but right.
I think we have 1 left
Oh, she
in
has
19.
1 left. Okay.
And in lane number 7, Haley Murillo just came across. That might have, that last rep that Riley hit, that was huge because Murillo was ready to finish. In
And
lane 18 now, Wilcox is in.
That looked like the last rep Riley had in her body, because if she came down on that rep, 2 athletes finished just behind that time, and that might have been the difference for her. That last rep that she got might have saved that 3rd place position for Riley.
It was a 17-point deficit that Julia Holm had to make up. 6 places would mean 18 points, which would be enough. So we'll have to.
And it was 4 to 5, and unless we missed one in there,
it's going to be close.
Which, you know, we have been known to do from time to time, is miss athletes doing an entire event.
The 90 seconds remaining. We still have some women out on the floor working. Lane 5, that is Kelly Clark, who's across.
Less than 90 seconds to go, Stahl. Back onto the ring.
Down in lane 4, Allison Stahl getting up and over. She has 5 remaining. Either way, it is going to be close between Mackenzie Riley and Julia Holm for that 3rd and final spot on the podium.
Stahl cuts it to 4.
It's incredible how we got here over 10 events, and it still comes down to seconds on the competition floor. In every heat we've had.
Stahl makes it 3.
We got 45 seconds.
Allison Stahl came in 13th place overall.
Stahl back to the top of the ring with 2 to go.
And now 2 reps for her as she looks to make it inside that 8-minute time cap.
30 seconds.
Stahl last.
So 1 more for Allison Stahl to close out her 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. She is up and over, and that will do it for Allison Stahl. So every woman in the 35 to 39-year-old division finishes inside that 8-minute time cap.
Ladies, a round of applause.
Andrea Nistler and Caroline Klutz look like they are going to be 1st and 2nd.
The ladies, 35
We will try to figure out who will join them on the podium. It's going to be close between Mackenzie Riley and Julia Holm. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we hand things over to the men. as we close things out here on the final day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from Birmingham, Alabama.
Judges to the
It is time for the men to take center stage here on the final day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from Birmingham, Alabama. It is the 10th and final event, single arm dumbbell thrusters and bar muscle ups. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and I know you love this event.
I love to watch this event. I might not love to do this event. 8, 12, 16, single arm dumbbell thrusters, 50 pounds for the men, and bar muscle ups. 8-minute cap hasn't really been an issue we've seen so far, but we started with 30. It's all come down to 3. 2 athletes are tied. One only has a 9-point lead. I mean, this is the tightest race we've had so far in any final.
Yeah, we know who, we just don't know where. The 3 men who will stand on the podium, that's been decided. McGarva, Ramirez, and Lasala have all cleared themselves from the field. The question is, as you mentioned, Chase, who winds up in first, who winds up in second, and who winds up in third, because only 9 points separate McGarva from Lasala in third.
And here's what we mean by cleared. McGarva, Ramirez, and Lasala could do nothing, and the podium wouldn't change. That's how far they are. But this is a winner take all, at least between second and third, between Ramirez and Lasala. But McGarva only has a 9-point lead, which is nothing in this event.
Well, McGarva will be on the right side of the floor. Looking at him now in lane number 10. Lasala and Ramirez are right next to each other on the other side. So we'll focus on them throughout this event. We begin with the 8 single-arm thrusters. You don't have to switch arms. You can do however many you want with one arm, and you can switch if you like, and McGarva's going to do just that.
And the judges are coming out hard with the depth, no reps right off the bat. Nearly everyone got one on their first rep.
Lasala and Ramirez are done. McGarva is finished. Now we start with the 8 bar muscle ups.
Seen most athletes go unbroken on the round of 8. A couple breaks in the first sets, and that's usually just to save yourself because these reps are ascending by 4 each round.
Well, McGarva's going to take a break. Lasala and Ramirez on the right side of your screen continue to work. So Lasala and Ramirez done at the same time. They'll head back to the dumbbells as McGarva is now towards the back of the pack in this heat. He has 2 remaining right now. A no rep early on for Sean Ramirez, far right side of your screen. Now on the right, Ramirez is in the tank top, black knee sleeves, black shorts, and the gray shoes in the middle. And next to him is Justin Lasala. He's wearing the short sleeve white shirt and the black shorts. He's got lighter shoes. And Lasala's done. He's the man now heading back to the rig.
And again, Ramirez and Lasala are tied with points, so whoever wins between them is going to take the higher place. But can they both get ahead of McGarva?
Well, right now McGarva is in second to last place in this heat. He's actually in dead last. McGarva heads back to the rig on the left side of your screen while Ramirez and Lasala are working through their 12 bar muscle ups. Lasala taking a break. He's got 4 to go. Ramirez now 5 to go. He continues to work. And now Ramirez is off. Lasala's going to hop back up.
Reps remaining in round number 2. Rivas back to the dumbbell, going to advance it for his
Final 2 reps for Justin Lasala.
That was a rough first rep for Ramirez.
And he's in.
He's getting too low on the turnover. That's getting him stuck on the pull-up bar.
Well, Lasala in the race for the top spot on the podium, he is in the lead right now. McGarva is way behind. And Ramirez is still on the pull-up bar. He just closed out his set of 12, and he'll join Lasala on the set of 16 one-arm thrusters. Lasala, left side of the screen, now switching arms, continuing to work. I think he's halfway through that set.
Oh, McGarva just failed another rep. So this is the race. This is the race for first place.
Well, McGarva, the worst he can do is third. And now Lasala is done. So Justin Lasala has a chance to move into first place overall. He has 16 bar muscle ups, and Sean Ramirez continues to work through his set. His judge's hand is not in the air as Lasala is cranking through those 16 bar muscle ups. And now, just a couple of reps left for Ramirez before he will join LaSala on the bar.
LaSala just ripped off a set of 8 bar muscle-ups.
He is halfway through. Ramirez now just getting there. And Justin LaSala chalking up as Ramirez is now through 2. Meanwhile, McGarva has not gotten through his set of 12.
3 reps remaining for you.
LaSala's through 10 in the middle of your screen in lane 9.
Round number 2.
Ramirez is taking a break. LaSala with 5 to go. Now 4.
Final rep for you.
I think Ramirez is on 4.
Smith down to his final 5 bar muscle-ups in lane
Justin
number 6.
LaSala has never won the CrossFit Games. He's made 6 appearances here in the Masters division. This one could be it. He has 2 left.
2 reps here in lane number 9.
Final rep for Justin LaSala.
Final rep for LaSala.
And Justin LaSala has an event win. 100 points, and now we wait and see what happens.
Smith is in.
McGarva is on the dumbbell. LaSala needs to get about 3 people between himself and McGarva here. Ramirez most likely is going to be one of them.
Sean had to switch to the other bar. He's just having some trouble in these last set of bar muscle-ups.
I think we have one man who's already finished. Now we have another in lane 8. Jason Leaves is in, and I think in lane...
In lane number 8, this is Rivas. He's going to be coming across. Finishing up there.
Leaves is in lane 6, or pardon me, lane 8. I think lane 6 is finished as well, Eric Smith. And it looks like in lane 7, Richard Stevenson is done. And now in lane 15, Dustin Beckwith is across. And Justin LaSala, I think, just realized he's done it. It looks like Justin LaSala is going to win the 50 to 54-year-old division at the CrossFit Games. Wolf is now done.
Davis in lane number 4, down to his final 3 reps.
Nate Wantanta's one away from finishing as well on the right side of your screen.
Now here's the thing, Sean. Ramirez has 5 reps left. They do not look great at the moment. McGarva, though he has been slow, looks a bit better. So he still has a shot at second if Ramirez can't finish early.
Now a no rep for Ramirez.
But here's the thing, Ramirez is running out of guys that he needs to get between him and McGarva. So McGarva still has a chance to get second place.
Well, Watanta is now across as McGarva is back to work, but his judge's hand is yet to get into the air here, which means he would have 5 reps left. Now in lane 14, Simon Hope is in, and as you mentioned, Chase, Ramirez is running out of people who can help him.
Because Ramirez was in second, he had the tiebreaker on LaSala.
Malcolm Cook is now done.
Davis in lane number 4, down to his final bar muscle up here.
And in lane 4, Robbie Davis is now done. Another no rep for Sean Ramirez. He is just gassed. McGarva on the right of your screen now has 5 remaining. Now 4. Ramirez has 3 left, so this is the fight for second place. Ramirez with 2 remaining.
Ramirez. He's going to shake it out here. Quick break. Athletes, you have 40 seconds. Ramirez, 1 rep remaining.
The 1 left for Sean Ramirez as we have less than 30 seconds to go before the cap, and now a no rep. McGarva on the right side is up and over. This should be his last one. If he hits this, this could be for second, and he's going to miss it. He's going to miss it with 15 seconds to go. Here's Ramirez. No rep for Ramirez.
And it's the toes. They're calling toes to over the bar.
McGarva has it. He's got to get to the finish line, and that could do it for McGarva. But Justin LaSala, who has never won the CrossFit Games, that looks like it's going to change for him. His second event win of the competition, and it probably puts him on top of the podium. What a way to start the men's side of things here.
And don't worry, we have 3 more really awesome heats after this. Just as close across the board.
45 to 49-year-old men coming up next.
Final time.
45 to 49-year-old men up next here as we close out the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games, the 10th and final event here from Birmingham, Alabama. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, single arm dumbbell thrusters and bar muscle ups.
Hold on to your butts. We got 8, 12, 6, 9, sorry, 8, 12, 16
David Johnston. Lane 8.
single arm dumbbell thrusters, bar muscle ups. The weights on the dumbbell is now moving from 50 to 60 for this division.
And Jason Grubb is on the precipice of history. He is looking for his 5th straight Masters championship. No one has ever done that. Grubb is 15 points up on Robbie McCord for first place. Robbie Perovich is trying to hang on to 3rd, but Nuno Costa and Cristiano Damasceno Leandro both have a chance to catch him here.
From 1st to 5th, it is just 28 points. As you said, Grubb with that 15-point edge, but with this that we've seen, the last round of 16 bar muscle-ups, how you navigate the 12 is very important. But we've seen heartbreak, we've seen elation, we've just seen everything across the board. Because this final event, it's such a great way to end this. And it's the ascending rep scheme that's getting everybody off guard, right? If it's the other way, 16, 12, 8, no problem, just race and we'll finish. But great way to cap things off.
Robbie McCord in lane number 11 on the left side of your screen. On the right, in lane number 9 in the yellow is Robbie Perovich. Those are the 2 men who currently occupy 2nd, and third, respectively. And it's Jason Grubb who sits in first. In lane 15, that was Emerson Ragahalas who is off first. Jason Grubb in lane number 10. He's also onto his bar muscle up. So Grubb has just got to stay close to the men who are directly behind him in the overall standings to clinch his 5th straight Masters Championship. Again, no one has ever done that in the sport.
And Cristiano Leandro is coming out screaming out of the gates. Now he's only 7 points out of 4th, but he's 28 points out of 3rd.
He is on the left side of your screen. He's in lane 8. He's wearing the white t-shirt. He's heading back now to the bar for 12. And as you mentioned, he is just going to plaid here.
And a sign of being very confident and actually being very good at bar muscle-ups. If you look at him, he's on the left side of your screen in lane number 8, is that he's falling back almost at the top. He has such a good toner of a press out. He's losing contact with the bar at the very top.
Jason Grubb is back onto the bar. And now, after they get off on their 12th rep, this is where things really start in the round of 16. Lane number 8, Leandro is off first, back to the dumbbell, set of 16 now.
He's doing everything he can control. If he can win this event, now it's in the hands of what other people do. And when you're 28 points out, this is the home run you need to try to hit if you want to try to get back onto the podium.
Well, Jason Grubb, meanwhile, is heading back to the dumbbell. He's ahead of both McCord and Perovich, who are still working on their set of 12 bar muscle-ups.
Now, Jason doesn't need to worry about Leandro. He's got 82 points on. He's fine. He's just got to worry about McCord and Perovich.
And now McCord is finally getting back to the bar or the dumbbell for his set of 16. And Leandro is done. He's back to the pull-up bar in lane number 8, left to center of screen.
He's gone unbroken each time.
Now these are the two men in second and third. You got McCord on the left and Perovich on the right. They're in their set of 16 as Jason Grubb is back to the bar for his final 16 reps. Leandro, I don't think, has come down yet.
A little pause, starting to slow down, but still hanging on.
Jason Grubb in the middle of your screen, working through that set of 16. Leandro, I believe, has 3 left. Make that 4. He's got 4 left. You can see his judge's hand in the background there. 4 reps remain for Leandro. Jason Grubb. 5 reps away from history for Jason Grubb. 3 remaining for Grubb.
3 reps. Jason Grubb. 1 final rep. And he can get this.
History made for Jason Grubb. 5 straight Masters Championships for Jason Grubb.
He saved the best for last. He went 16 unbroken bar muscle-ups.
Jason Grubb, the first man to ever earn 5 consecutive gold medals as a Masters athlete. And he does it, as you said, Chase, by going unbroken on his final 16 bar muscle-ups. Leandro with a heck of an effort in lane 8, and we'll see now if he's going to do enough to catch Perovich in third. Now Perovich is done, and McCord is now done. So it looks like the podium is going to stay the way it was when we came in. And now lane 17, that's Ryan Retke who's come across. Lane 13, that's Mike Kern. He has 2 reps remaining. Final rep for Kern. Up and over, and just couldn't lock it out. Still plenty of time before we hit that 8-minute time cap. And I think everybody, except for lane 14, Kane Hayes, onto the pull-up bar for the final time. Kern got himself across the finish line. You talk about Jason Grubb, and a guy who, when he started CrossFit, he was not an athlete. He walked into a CrossFit gym just looking to get in shape and lose weight. And when you see what he looked like before he started,
it's a different human being.
Just an incredible story. Jason Grubb now 5 straight Masters championships.
Man, and he had to work for this one too.
He did. This has really been, for the past 4 days, just a fun competition to watch firsthand.
Crowd's been awesome. The venue's been great. Competition floors set up. The athletes have all been incredible. And I don't even mean performance on the floor. Off the floor. Everyone is just having a great, like this is old school community CrossFit.
It's a minute 15 to go before we hit the 8-minute time cap. And Kane Hayes in lane 14. He and Heath Moody, the only 2-man left. Now Moody is done. Kane Hayes is going to be the last man to finish here. He has 4 reps remaining.
And what I've loved with the expanded field is that you are opening up more opportunities for more athletes to challenge themselves in new ways, right? This isn't a professional sport for these guys. This is an outlet. This is a way to just do the things you love with those you like doing it with.
Well, Kane Hayes is going to close things out, and with that last rep,
Wrong
the
way.
45 to 49-year-old men are done, and it is Jason Grubb for the 5th straight time earning the gold medal as a master. 2 heats left after this. 40 to 44-year-old men coming up next. 40 to 44-year-old men up next here in their 10th and the final event of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Thanks for being with us, everybody, here in Birmingham, Alabama. This is a good one to finish on.
This is a great one to finish off. Ascending rep scheme, 8, 12, 16. Single arm dumbbell thrusters with a 70-pound dumbbell and bar muscle-ups. Very Fran-like, very fast to start, but very challenging on the final 16 bar muscle-ups. And how many lead changes we've seen taken, given away, heartbreaks by single points, and it's been like that every single heat.
Overall standings coming in, Jonathan Edel with 769 points is 55 up on Chicho Quesada for second. Julian Cerna currently sits in third, but Pierre-Luc Lebay is 37 points back.
Now you might be leaning, it's like, oh, Edel's got it. Not so fast. There are bar muscle-ups in this event. In the previous event yesterday that had ring muscle-ups, he could not do them. We don't know what the reason was. We heard he's been fine at those, so yesterday was a bit of an anomaly, but he got dead last in the muscle-up event. Now he's also won 4 events individually here with an incredible performance, except for the one event that had ring muscle-ups.
The 2 men on your screen are in second and third. Chicho Quesada on the left, he sits in second place, and Julian Cerna on the right is in third. So now the weight on the dumbbell has moved up to 70 pounds for the men.
Now what I like about the weight here is that, yes, it's only one arm, but it is 70 pounds. If you had 2 of them, it's going to slow everybody down so much it might overpower the event. If it was too light, it wouldn't be a part of this event. So this single arm is a cool little wrinkle in this event.
Well, right away watching Jonathan Edel, he's doing just fine on the bar muscle-ups. He's down in lane number 10 on the other side of the floor. The 8 reps to open up here. Edel's in the middle of your screen, no shirt, black shorts.
Yep, those look pretty good to me.
He's got the white shoes on and no knee sleeves. There's a better look at Edel as he heads back to the dumbbell now for the set of 12. Cerna is also onto his set of 12 along with Quesada and Pierre-Luc Lebay in lane 12.
Cerna is 20 points behind Quesada for that second place position, with Cerna sitting in third.
Quesada's starting to struggle with that dumbbell here on this set of 12. He's got that straightened out now, got to hit him with a no rep. Now Cerna's heading back to the pull-up bar where Jonathan Edel is already there. But Edel in lane number 10, again, white shoes, black shorts, no shirt. Has yet to take a break. Now right in the middle of your screen, he's got 2 reps remaining before he will head back to the 70-pound dumbbell for the set of 16. Pierre-Luc Lebay next to him in the yellow shorts is taking a break, and there goes Edel. Meanwhile, in lane 18, we got Dustin McWilliams, who's towards the front here in the heat. And James St. Leger is also to the front here in lane number 6. Now Pierre-Luc Lebay in the yellow shorts is still back on the pull-up bar, and Cerna and Quesada, the 2 men he's chasing, are onto the dumbbell for the set of 16. Edel, meanwhile, left side of your screen, black shorts, white shoes. He's just about done with his set of 16 thrusters, and now he is back to the pull-up bar. St. Leger in lane 6. He is your leader in the white sleeveless shirt and black shorts.
Now Edel has done unbroken sets for the 8 and the 12. It appears that bar muscle-ups are absolutely no problem for him.
And Jonathan Edel, who's making his very first career appearance here at the CrossFit Games, looking like he's going to leave with a championship. And St. Leger looks like he's going to be the only thing keeping Jonathan Edel from his 5th event win here.
And Leger's already broke once
And now Edel's off the bar. St. Lager's got one remaining. And he's going to close out his 2024 Masters career. CrossFit Games with the win in event number 10. Lane 18 is Dustin McWilliams. He's got 3 remaining. Jonathan Edel has 1 left. McWilliams on the right side of your screen is up and over. Edel is in. And that should do it for Jonathan Edel, your 2024 40 to 44-year-old Masters champion. On the other side of the floor, Julian Cerna and Gijo Casada are trying to put the finishing touches on a podium finish. Cerna is in lane 9, Casada's in lane 11. And in lane 11, Casada is done. Cerna still has some work to do. Pierre-Luc Labbé, the man who is trying to chase down Cerna, is down to singles on the other side of the floor.
Now Labbé was 37 points back of Cerna.
Cerna has 3 reps left. Pierre-Luc Labbé is cranking out slow singles here. So 1 remains for Cerna. Alexander Jolivet in lane 8, who is in 5th place overall, who has an outside shot, is now across.
5:14 unofficial.
Now Cerna is in as well. So it looks like Cerna and Casada did enough to hang on.
The podium should be set, but Jolivet, who was sitting in 5th, was only 13 points back of Labbé.
For 4th. And now in lane 20, Young Jae Park is in. And Pierre-Luc Labbé in the yellow shorts is down to his final rep. And he is up and over and he is in.
5:51 unofficial. And that.
And it looks like every man finishes well inside that 8-minute time cap. With Jonathan Edel in the black shorts, in the middle of your screen, no shirt, making his first appearance at the games, wins this division. We still have 1 man working down on the far side of the floor in lane 2. That's Brett Owsley. Now Owsley's got 4 reps left, now 3. He's got 2 reps left for Brett Owsley.
Our second to last heat of our event. What a great weekend has been.
I'll probably ask Danny Burke in lane 3.
CrossFit Masters 2024.
One final rep, and he will get across
So Burke is in.
650 for Brett Owsley.
And with that, we are now done with the 40 to 44-year-old division, and it's Jonathan Edel, who is your Masters champion in the 40 to 44-year-old division. 35 to 39-year-olds coming up next. We are down to the final heat of the final event for the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. The 35 to 39-year-old men are up next in event number 10.
One more time. 8, 12, 16 single-arm dumbbell thrusters with a 70-pound dumbbell and bar muscle-ups. Our last heat of the weekend.
Overall standings coming in. Will Morad, enjoy your victory lap. He has clinched because he cannot get 0 points. Henry Matthews sits in second place with 707 points. He's 20 up on Stefan Cassette, but only 9 points separate Cassette from Mitch Wagner in fifth.
3 athletes, 1 spot. Henry Matthews in second, 20 points clear of that. So it's not all said and done just yet. 31 points between 4 athletes and 2 spots.
A lot to be decided here in the final heat in event number 10. Matthews is on the left side of your screen. He sits in second place overall. There's Stefan Cassette in lane number 9 in the middle of your screen in the white shirt, currently in third, and he's got to keep his eye on both Bronislaw Alenkowicz and Mitch Wagner, the 2 men who are right behind him in the overall standings.
And here we go, 10 seconds. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
8 dumbbell thrusters at 70 pounds to open up here. Bronislaw Alenkowicz is in lane number 12. He's in the yellow shirt and black shorts.
We've seen everybody unbroken in the early sets, even the 8 and the 12 on the rig, but it's who can hang on to this pull-up bar on those final 16 bar muscle-ups.
Henry Matthews, meanwhile, in lane 11 is making quick work of this first set. He might be the first man off the pull-up bar. He's on his final rep. But down in lane 6, Ivan Verdun is off, Matthews is off, and now it's a mad dash to the dumbbells for the round of 12. Alenkowicz is done.
Alenkowicz is only 7 points back of Stefan Cassette, who's sitting in third. Bronislaw in fourth.
Cassette on the right side of your screen, Henry Matthews on the left. These are the other 2 men who are hoping to join Will Morad on the podium. So Matthews is done. He's right behind Verdun for first place in this heat. There's Stefan Cassette who's trying to hold off Bronislaw Alenkowicz. Cassette is done. Alenkowicz has now just started his bar muscle-ups. But Cassette's
got to be
starting to
careful.
fall back here because Alenkowicz is through 4 reps of his set of 12 before Cassette in the white shirt on the right center of your screen got started.
Now what Alenkowicz is going to need is he's going to need to finish ahead of Cassette and have 3 guys between him and Stefan.
Ivan Verdun is done. Henry Matthews is done. Matthews looking to put an emphatic finish on his 2024 CrossFit Games. And down in lane number 1, Andrea Barbati is finished. And Bronislaw Alenkowicz gets done ahead of Cassette.
Cassette's still on the rig with 3 reps left to go.
And 2 remaining for Cassette as Alenkowicz is going to have no problem with this dumbbell. Alenkowicz on the left side of your screen. He's got the yellow top, black shorts on. He's next to Will Morad, who's in the all black. Again, Morad has clinched the top spot as Henry Matthews is running back to the pull-up bar to finish up his event. Matthews on his set of 16. He's in the lead now in the heat. Ivan Verdun is now in second. And down in lane number 1, Andrea Barbati sits in third. Alenkowicz now is done. Braun ahead of Stefan Cassette. And Cassette switching arms. Well, again, Alenkowicz, as you mentioned, Chase, has not only got to beat Stefan Cassette, he's got to get multiple people between himself and Cassette to make up that deficit.
But he also needs to stay ahead of Mitch Wagner. Mitch Wagner is only 2 points behind Bronislaw Alenkowicz, and he is on the rig side by side with him. So if Mitch beats Braun, he beats him because it's a 3-point difference, and he's only down by 2.
Well, Wagner's now taking a break. As you take a look at Henry Matthews, who's across, He's going to wind up on the podium. On the other side of the floor, Wagner, as you pointed out, Chase, he is in the white and yellow. As in lane number 6, Ivan Verdun is across. Wagner's taking another break. Alenkowicz has 2 reps remaining. Final rep for Bronislaw Alenkowicz, and now Bronislaw is done. Stefan Cassette at the other end of the floor in the white and the black is on to his final round of 16, and he's inside 5 reps to go.
Bronislaw needs 3. He already has 1. Cassette only has 2 reps, though.
And now in lane 17, Alabadeo is across.
That's 2, and I think Mitch Wagner
And
just
now in
crossed
15,
the finish line.
Gary Jones is in, and Wagner is in, and there goes Cassette. This one's going to be close.
That might have been it.
This one's going to be very, very close for that 3rd and final spot on the podium.
Lane 13, 1 more rep remaining there for Nick.
And Nick Anapolsky in lane 13 has 1 rep remaining. In lane 16, Chase Smith is done. And now Anapolsky's in. Mark Hutchinson's across.
4 more reps remaining in lane 19. Anthony Vasquez. 3 more reps remaining. He's running that 4.
Still a handful of men out there working. Lane 19, left side of your screen, that's Anthony Vasquez. He has 2 reps left. But it's Bronislaw Alenkowicz right now who's wondering if he did enough to get himself onto the podium. 1 rep remains for Vasquez. And he's done. We still have a couple athletes, I think, working down there in lane number 2. Adam Vinson in the white shirt. Next to him in lane 4 is Simone Paquette. And Paquette is done. So Adam Vinson. Now 2 reps to go. Final rep for Vinson. And that'll do it. And with that rep, the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games come to a close. Will Morad, your 35 to 39-year-old champion. Henry Matthews looks to stand on the podium with him in 2nd place. And it could be Bronislaw Alenkowicz in 3rd.
Nice work.
What a weekend here in Birmingham, Alabama. I think what this community needed to kind of get back on track.
It did. And it's a big part of what makes the community special because it helps us
Podium will be at 115.
come together,
Podium at 115.
like-minded. I mean,
Here on this floor.
we all share the same experience in different ways, but it is something we desperately needed, and it's great to have it here with all these guys. And I tell you what the questions were coming in after the decision to split up the games from last year. And I think it was a lot of wait and see from the community, and a lot of wait and see from the athletes, a lot of wait and see from media.
Podium will be at 115.
This was fantastic. This is going to work. And this next year, if you were not here and you were wondering if it was worth the time, absolutely, unequivocally, yes. I was personally pleasantly surprised, absolutely shocked of how incredible this event actually was.
It was a ton of fun, and I am right there with you. This absolutely worked. I think Bob Jennings and Joe Linton deserve a ton of credit. Will Morad deserves a ton of credit. I've never been fist bumped by more athletes here in the booth than I have been this past weekend. But this was a fantastic event, and credit to everybody involved for pulling it off, and congratulations to all the athletes who made it here and who were able to compete, and especially congratulations to all the podium finishers. You guys can head to games.crossfit.com or Competition Corner for all the official results.
I got one more.
All right.
Damn good to have you back.
Thank you. Damn good to be here, man. I missed you. This is a lot of fun. Thanks for helping me out, man. It was an absolute blast. And thanks for everybody who watched and who enjoyed the competition. And I think this thing is only going to get bigger and better as we move on. With that, that is going to do it for our coverage of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. For Tommy Marquez, Lauren Khalil, Chase Ingram, and our entire hardworking crew here in Birmingham, Alabama, I'm Sean Woodland. Start training. Next year starts now.